Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio. My name is Silaman, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here with you. On this episode, we are playing music that is designed to calm your mind and allow you to focus. So this is a great one if you need to study or concentrate. It also has some ancient tones like singing bowls, didgeridoos, and solfeggio frequencies. So hello, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio. What you heard was some of those technical difficulties that happen every once in a while, and, that happens, so whatever, it is what it is. I just want to thank you for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio. We are awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. My name is Silaman, and today we have a really special episode, so I'm very, very happy to be here with you guys to share this. Sarah Hall will be on live to do another episode of Through the Eyes of the Angels, and she's going to be discussing how to care for your spiritual sensitivity. Also on today's episode, we're doing a live interview with musician and producer Jacob Paskus of Stratosphere. He'll be sharing some of his latest music along with some backstory about each song. And we actually did a podcast with Stratosphere Jacob Paskus, and he told us about some really profound experiences that he's had. He's a very spiritual person, and just very. I think you guys will love him. So I'm happy to share his music with you guys. In between each show/interview, we're going to be playing some conscious music to give you hope about the world and everything in it. So like I said, it's going to be a really great show. Really honored to have this opportunity to share everything with you guys and the world and everybody tuning in here. If you resonate, please share this with others that you think would resonate. For the next 20 or so minutes, we'll be playing some music, and then we'll begin the live broadcast with Sarah Hall. My name is Silaman, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of that, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
This is Lainey Sullivan of Lobo Merino, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
I'll send you right back to the practice room. You see all these crooners with their auto-tune sound more to me like the dogs of doom. Hear me now, stars and stripes make me blue. Red-faced white man and much ado. Old ragged glory, you know you make me weep now. One so hard, so cheap. One at such a price, so cheap now. One so hard, so cheap. When did your colors fade? Lately I see more of a different shade. Black with oil, scarlet red with blood. A whole lot of brown being dragged right through the pond. Hear me now, stars and stripes make me blue. Red-faced white man and much ado. Old ragged glory, you know you make me weep now. One so hard, so cheap. Stars and stripes make me blue. Yeah. Red-faced white man and much ado. Old ragged glory, you know you make me weep now. One so hard, so cheap. One at such a price, so cheap now. One so hard.
How do I express what I feel like? New world, new view, I reveal life. Quite nice if I say so myself. Breathe every breath, now my view is beyond sight. So intense thus far. Growth is immense in the life of a star. All hard as an offer of you. Many do include, but my dreams are a you. My dreams are a you. My dreams are a you. I dream for the truth. And it's so on time in this life of mine. I feel so sublime. I know I shine cause my soul's aligned. I don't press rewind. I keep the flow going deep. Water steep, potion green, all too sweet. Ocean, me closer, she open. Till I know myself, not selfish. I just know what helps. Not possessive or repose on shelf. Unmolested, so perfected in health. Indeed, so clean, you and me, we. New speed, supersede, everything free. It's just what it does, and this is what we call love. This is what we call love. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. Who'd have known it was like that? Full-fledged new page on the right track. When you wanna bite first, but you bite back. Heart so open, matured with a mind that, yeah, it's a blessing indeed. Live from a force that makes living unique. Nothing to force, passion increase. No point to sleep when we live in our dreams. It's alright, in her eyes I reside. It's called life, in her heart I recline. All tight, all in the rain or the ride. She shine bright, it's our life, and we live it up. No conditions, just make it a loving cup. Recondition what we thought was. This is what we call love. This is what we call love. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it.
Give thanks to Zadig for the beat. Once as a young man I told my best friend that I had a plan to be a gypsy like my old man. He started laughing, told me that my passion was a waste of time and a little bit old-fashioned. That is the day I gave up his opinion. 3 years later he was dead from the poison. All of my boys in Richmond still drinking. Since then I've been to 40 states and still traveling. Unraveling the magic of the unknown. Everywhere I go I make a new home. Write a few poems, rock on the microphone. Then I'm gone, rambling on, burning down Babylon with my magic wand. I'm fond of the poems, but I'd rather be a knight, spreading the light, living my life with all of my might, doing what's right in front of my eyes. I travel by sky, fly down a ride, better than getting by. I'm flying high. God, please bless me with smooth sailing. I wanna go to somewhere I've never been before. Keep us healthy, safe, and wealthy. All that we
Each and every one of us has an unlimited inner wellspring of spiritual power. You have the ability to transform, create, and heal anything upon which you set your heart and mind. Join me, Sarah Hall, as we learn how to uplift all aspects of your life through spiritual empowerment. Enjoy weekly guided meditations, spiritual discussions on a multitude of topics, and a chance to call in to receive channeled messages from the angels on your spiritual journey. I'm Sarah Hall, and this is Through the Eyes of the Angels. Hi everyone, I'm so grateful to be connecting with you live today here on the Project Bring Me to Life Network, where today's theme is how to care for your spiritual sensitivity. This discussion couldn't be better timed, as I know a lot of you have been feeling extra sensitive to spiritual energy lately. We just had an intense full supermoon this past Monday, and according to NASA, it was the closest the moon has been to the Earth in the past 70 years, and won't come that close to the Earth again until November 25th, 2034. Wow. So since the supermoon was very intense, we will continue to feel its effects through most likely the end of the week. And if you're spiritually sensitive, That can mean you might be feeling extra moody or sensitive to emotions, whether they're your emotions or even other people's that you're picking up on. You may be feeling extra sleepy and craving more quiet and rest, or you might be feeling highly intuitive, feeling extra receptive to spiritual impressions, messages from the spirit world, or even having very intense dreams. Part of being spiritually sensitive means that you can feel cosmic events very acutely. You may have a very strong response to lunar events like the full moon we mentioned, astrological events, or even to solar flares. A solar flare is a giant release of magnetic energy from the surface of the sun, and it radiates energy throughout the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Spiritual sensitives, empaths, children, and pets especially seem to feel solar flares and can experience sometimes exhaustion, head or body aches, changes in our brain balance, strong emotions, or just an overall sense of heaviness and energetic pressure. Now, certainly, what affects a sensitive person in actuality affects us all. We're just as aware of those effects to varying degrees, and we might respond differently to them than people that don't maybe identify as being sensitive. So in the example of how we're affected by cosmic events, you can see this as highly evident if you talk to maybe nurses or doctors who see much higher activity in the ER, and police officers who see higher crime rates around the full moons or even around solar flares and things like that. So it does affect all of us. Sensitivity is a gift because it feeds those who are sensitive with information and awareness that can help the collective through big changes in consciousness and health and changes in the environment by learning a little bit more about what's going on. Learning to nurture your spiritual sensitivity is in actuality learning to create a lifestyle and a system of values that can actually help the whole world along. So let's dive in and explore this topic, you guys. This is a topic about which I'm truly passionate, as I think that caring for our sensitivity can create greater overall happiness in the world. Before we dive in, I do want to mention that later on in the show, you will be getting a chance to call in to ask questions. And you can ask about our topic, or you can also ask questions for the angels about your own life, whichever you prefer. The number to call in is 240-979-4111. So go ahead and write that down for later. Again, the number is 240-979-4111. And know that even if you don't get through for a reading today, you can always book an angel reading with me through my website at www.seraphim.com. That's www.seraphim.com. All right, so are you ready to dive in? Let's do it. So I'd like to start first by exploring exactly what is spiritual sensitivity. Spiritual sensitivity is a term I use to describe all forms of psychic sensitivity, or all the ways in which your mind, body, and spirit may be picking up on the subtle, invisible forces around us, such as the mental and emotional energy of others, such as cosmic energy from the sun, moon, and planets, spiritual energy from angels, deceased loved ones, or elemental spirits, or even picking up on memories that have been imprinted into a specific place or an object. If you think you may be spiritually sensitive, then listen closely, because your spiritual sensitivity may actually be a tool that you are meant to use in completing your soul's purpose on earth. If you'd like to be more spiritually sensitive, know that all of us have the capacity to attune our awareness to spiritual energy by setting the intention to do so and embarking on a spiritual path in which we practice honing and connecting to those senses. Spiritual sensitivity is on the rise at this current time in our collective evolution as a species. As we've discussed before on this show, humanity is in the midst of a collective blossoming of consciousness by which we are expanding our ability to sense and understand that we are all one. This process is one that will be continuing throughout our lifetime and will be triggering a lot of changes, some of them beautiful and creative, and others that may potentially be very challenging and call for the breakdown of old system and ways of life that maybe don't serve us anymore. Know that whatever the outer circumstances look like, the changes in this world are part of this movement towards our being more deeply aware of our unity. And these changes give us the opportunity to create a harmonious human world that reflects that unity. Now, through this collective awakening, something is happening to the spiritual energy that moves through each of us as individuals at all levels of our being, mind, body, and spirit. What is happening is that the resonance or vibration of your spiritual energy is shifting to a higher or lighter frequency. You see, everything in this universe is constantly moving and vibrating, changing. Everything has a resonance. Even the non-physical aspects of us, such as our mind and our spirit, everything has a resonance. The faster moving, higher vibrations are associated with higher consciousness and light, a higher and more connected knowledge, understanding, and awareness of the universe as one living entity. Higher consciousness is filled with the power of love and harmony. Lower vibrating consciousness, on the other hand, represents a mindset of perhaps separateness from the whole and a lack of that holistic awareness. Lower consciousness is associated with the ego and some of the more negative or fear-based aspects of our being. You can think of higher consciousness as maybe having more of the bird's eye view of the truth, wherein we can easily and harmoniously navigate through the tides of life. And maybe lower consciousness is having a smaller, narrower view, wherein our focus might just be centered more on personal, self-oriented, or even fear or ego-based concerns. As our species evolves, it is a very important and also a natural part of our progression to move into higher consciousness. And we've been doing this for generations upon generations. And right now is especially exciting a time for that progression because we've arrived at such a pivotal moment in which there are great numbers of people sensing and moving towards that higher consciousness. As we do so over time, we will be able to live in greater harmony with one another and greater harmony and sustainability with the earth, which is much needed. This is our destiny, and you and I are co-creating it now by learning together and working to shine our light in the world together. We're magnifying it. So let's look a little bit more closely now at how that progression of collective spiritual growth works at the level of the individual, at the level where you and I are feeling it happening in our day-to-day experience. Overall, this shift is creating heightened sensitivity in human beings at each level of being. Perhaps you've even been noticing that you're more physically, emotionally, or spiritually sensitive. That sensitivity represents a more active, high-functioning awareness within us, an awareness that is programmed to take us into higher consciousness, a place in which we are acutely aware of what serves us as a harmonious human collective, and what does not serve us. Because of that, that sensitivity may create feelings of intolerance to things that simply don't serve that higher good. During this shift in consciousness, you may be noticing subtle differences in your perspective, mood, or awareness. You might notice that your relationships are beginning to change as you become increasingly aware of the way that we share energy with those close to us. You may find that you are able to pick up on the emotions, thoughts, and intentions of the people around you. Your worldview and your sense of life purpose may also be evolving to encompass a desire to make a positive impact. You may find that as you think about world events or the state of the environment, for example, that you can actually feel some of the strong collective feelings that are being held out there in the world by majorities of people. For example, many spiritually sensitive people have felt highly emotional through this past election season in the US as they not only processed their own feelings through it, but also the feelings of other people in the world that they were picking up on. And there was a lot of heaviness that was out there. Still a lot of it that a lot of people are working to heal and shine some light on right now. So make your mark on that by shining your light, doing something positive in this world, something creative. Another hallmark of spiritual sensitivity is that you may feel physically sensitive to harsh, unhealthy environments, substances, or energies, since your vibration is moving farther away from these lower resonating things. The physical body is very much involved in this process of shifting. What happens to the spirit happens to the mind and also happens to the body. You cannot affect one aspect of your being without affecting all three. So in terms of this movement into a higher vibration, your physical body is shifting at the DNA and cellular level. The physical body is becoming less and less tolerant to harsh substances or chemicals as it responds more and more sensitively, for example, to their effects. Throughout the past decade or so of my experience as an intuitive healer and a guide, I have repeatedly worked with people who have felt overwhelmed by their growing spiritual sensitivity. They might feel really different from the crowd as their perspectives and their feelings change. Some may find that they have more emotional feelings and responses to the world around them than usual, and perhaps even become more introverted than usual, or even feel physically exhausted or experience some brain fog from processing so much of other people's spiritual energy without properly grounding and then shielding their energy or nurturing their needs as they enter into this new vibration. And it is possible to feel totally sane, centered, and normal with your sensitivity. It's all about just being able to maintain that vibration without letting the things that you're picking up on change the vibration. Something incredibly helpful I have discovered and experimented with is that through proper self-care, you can help your spiritual sensitivity to reach its highest potential, all while feeling balanced, happy, and healthy, which is great. So let's begin talking about some of those techniques for self-care. And let's begin with how you can engage in self-care at the level of your spirit. Your spiritual body is made of spiritual light and energy. Your spiritual body is highly responsive to your thoughts and feelings and shifts according to the way that you're feeling or thinking. The spiritual energy body, much like your physical body, has many interconnected flowing parts and layers to it. Perhaps one of the best known parts of the spiritual energy body is the chakra system, for example. Your chakra system is sort of like a system of major organs that represent the greater functioning of the spirit. And they contain memories, they contain emotions, both from this lifetime and those past and so forth. When our chakras and greater spiritual body are clean, clear, balanced, and completely open in their connection to source, we feel connected in our chakras to God, in other words, then we'll feel happy and we'll experience overall health and fulfillment in our lives. So that's definitely what we want, right? So how do we keep our spiritual energy body clean, clear, and balanced? One way is to practice chakra clearing. Chakra clearing is a form of energy work that you can practice on yourself easily, or you can receive chakra clearing from an energy healer. Practicing chakra clearing daily or perhaps weekly, whatever suits you, is usually the best for those who are highly sensitive, as it will keep you feeling light, happy, and balanced regularly. Chakra clearing is wonderful because as you learn to observe your chakras, you'll learn to gain insights as to what's going on at a deeper level for you emotionally, sometimes even physically or energetically in your response to the world. If you'd like to learn an easy way to begin clearing your chakras, you can check out my free guided meditation on YouTube entitled Guided Chakra Clearing Meditation with the Angels. And that's one way that you can just learn how to visualize using your mental focus and your meditative abilities to clear and shift your chakras. Anybody can do this all on their own. Energy work in general is highly beneficial for staying centered and clear as a spiritual sensitive. Receiving and practicing Reiki, for example, is very, very helpful. And what I always say about receiving energy healing is that, yes, it's great to do it on yourself. Everybody is capable of it. Everybody can use their spiritual energy by visualizing where they want it to go, the kinds of changes that they want to experience in their energy. But also receiving it from a healer is another experience that is very, very good for us. The analogy that I use sometimes is that, yeah, everybody could cut their own hair if they wanted to, but sometimes it's easier just to have somebody else do it. Because when you're doing it yourself, then, you don't always have, you're subjective, so you don't always have a view of where all the work needs to be done. Whereas an outside observer, an outside healer might be able to provide you with additional insights that will help even what from you're picking up on. So I love to receive energy work myself and highly recommend it for those that I work with. Aside from chakra clearing, there are two other energy healing practices that I consider essential in staying balanced as a spiritual sensitive. And those two practices are cord cutting and grounding. These are so important. Cord cutting is the process by which you release your energetic attachments to unhealthy situations, beliefs, or even relationships. When we are attached to something that is throwing us off balance in life, it will show up in our energy body as a cord through which our energy can be drained, or through which we might even feel like we're receiving toxic energy. One way to know if you have a cord is if you feel overwhelmingly tired, depressed, anxious, or moody, chances are you have a cord attached to you. Cutting the cord is a fast way to release the attachment and to also shift your perspective to greater peace. And yes, you can cut those cords without necessarily visualizing it energetically by simply healing the issue in your mind or in your heart, or making a strong choice in your life that will take you away from the imbalanced or unhealthy situation. But certainly approaching it from all areas that you can gives you the most powerful chance to overcome whatever imbalance might be going on. And cord cutting is so effective in that. If you want to learn more about cord cutting, you can once again go to my YouTube channel and you can check out my guided meditation for cord cutting there. Now, the last energy technique that I think is essential in helping for spiritual sensitives is grounding. So many empaths and light workers feel ungrounded at one point or another in our lives. In other words, you might experience feeling absent, floaty, clumsy, groggy, or feel like you're living maybe in a little bit of a fog. Part of the reason for this is that you're energetically maybe wanting to float up into the stratospheres, dreaming of higher dimensions and reaching out to be home in heaven. This is very normal for many people who are spiritually sensitive. Also for those who can pick up on the energies and vibrations of higher beings, such as the angels. You might really just find yourself always wanting to reach out and be close to the higher beings that are guiding you. Those higher energies are comfortable, attractive, wonderful places. And it's great to connect with them. You should. But it's even more powerful, much better, if you just integrate that higher part of you and your relationship to these higher realms and so forth into your present earthly life, rather than escaping the present and flying away from the body and things like that. Know that you are most powerful and effective when you are fully grounded and have integrated your full presence and awareness in the here and now. Stay grounded, and you will feel less vulnerable also to the energies of other people or intense, busy environments. There are several techniques for staying grounded too. One that I love, this is one of my favorites, is to walk barefoot on the earth for just a few moments. This is really, really helpful because your physical body has its own sort of electromagnetic force field, just like the earth does. And connecting your physical body with the electromagnetic force fields of the earth just does something to reset you. It gets you nice and grounded. So go outside and breathe the fresh air or hug a tree, and you'll immediately feel a little more present in your physical body and in the present moment. It's so helpful. You can also stay grounded by staying physically active and exercising. Being really, really aware and present and alert in your physical body just naturally keeps you grounded. Or, of course, you can ground yourself through meditative energy work. If you'd like to ground in that way, you can, again, go to my YouTube channel for my free guided meditation I have up on grounding with the fairies. That's a fun one. I like that we ground with the fairies, and that the fairies are good at helping us to ground because they are connected to Earth's energy, and they'll teach you just how to keep your energy connected in the Earth as well. Now, speaking of meditation, let's talk about how to keep the mind balanced and nurtured as a spiritual sensitive. Meditation is perhaps one of the best forms of staying centered, balanced, clear, and healthy as a spiritual sensitive. Meditation will help you to still your mind and release anyone else's thoughts or feelings you may be processing aside from your own as well. Meditation teaches you to discipline both your mind and your spiritual energy so that you can be aware of the spiritual energy around and in you without taking on other people's stuff, other things that are floating around in the world. That, my friends, is one of the core key principles to staying happy and centered as a spiritual sensitive. You can sense and be aware of the energy without personally taking it on or letting it be a burden to you. That's the key. Meditation teaches you to do this. Practicing becoming mentally still and quiet allows you to learn how to observe the flowing river of energy and thoughts in you and out there in the world without needing to dive into the river and let it carry you away. You can just observe this energy as stuff that's moving either through or past you, and selectively choose which energetic information is useful for you in whatever you're working on in your life. The more often you practice meditation, the better. I have found that some of the best times for practicing meditation are early in the morning when you wake up to set the tone for you just before you start your day, or at night just before you fall asleep to help you detach and clear yourself of the day's events to create a clear, clean mind for your sleep time. Sleep is also actually something that's incredibly important for spiritual sensitives too. During our sleep, we do not only receive physical healing, rest, and rejuvenation, but we also receive spiritual healing and rejuvenation. During our sleep, our angels and spirit guides often work with us in the astral realm to help us process our lives, or even to train and teach us on some level or another during our sleep so that we are maybe out of our body working on spiritual gifts. So many people that I've talked to who feel that they're spiritually sensitive have reported that they've been aware of this on one level or another, that in their sleep they're working on something, they're out of their body, they're channeling some kind of guidance or healing to the outer world, towards world issues, or maybe even being trained as a light worker. Often when you're in the middle of a big spiritual shift in your personal life, you'll require extra sleep than usual. If you feel the need for extra sleep, my best advice is honor your body and mind and give it exactly what it needs. Regular cycling in your sleep and wake cycles are essential for staying clear, healthy, grounded, and happy as a sensitive. It's such a sacred, beautiful time to connect with the soul, and even again, as I said, to connect with the angels and guides. It's a reset. Another way to keep yourself clear at the level of the mind is to engage in healthy, positive self-talk. You are a piece of God with highly creative abilities, and your mind is the primary canvas upon which you create your reality. Train your thought cycles by choosing positive thoughts based in self-love, and your spiritual resonance will stay high. Emotional healing, maintaining healthy boundaries and channels of communication in your relationships, and making self-love a primary part of your decision-making keeps you clear and healthy at the level of your mind, and thereby, of course, at the level of your spirit and the level of your physical body. It's also important to state that most spiritual sensitives feel highly sensitive to what they see in the media or in entertainment, in movies, television, or the internet. Keeping your mind clear of unnecessarily violent thoughts, images, or information is so helpful for spiritual sensitives because, as I said, it keeps you from going on a vibrational or emotional roller coaster ride. Remember, if you're sensitive, you're most likely in a state that is growing and evolving. You're shifting towards something new. And in that way, there's almost a level of vulnerability or openness that you have as you're shifting. And so the thoughts that you put inside your mind are feeding and becoming a part of that process of growing and changing. If you feed yourself strengthening thoughts and ideas, you will feel strong as a result. Now, the last area of self-nurturing I think is important to discuss in this topic is how to care for your body as a spiritual sensitive. Most spiritually sensitive people respond incredibly well to healthy dietary changes. Many become increasingly sensitive to unhealthy foods and substances that contain unnatural chemicals, preservatives, or pesticides. So eating organic, healthy foods keeps you feeling clear on all levels. Many spiritual sensitives also feel sensitive to eating meat and animal products. Some can sense the spiritual impressions of the animals that they consume and prefer not to partake in that energy, especially if the animal products were produced in a cruel environment. I always tell my clients that it's important to explore dietary changes and to see what will work for you and your level of sensitivity. Some people feel their best with a very pure vegan organic diet. Some feel their best eating animal products that are sustainably and organically sourced. It's important just to tune in to the feedback your body is giving you. If you notice that you have strong mood swings, for example, when you consume, let's say, caffeine, then you might be one of the many spiritual sensitives who cannot tolerate mood-altering chemicals in their diet. Listen to your body and make changes as you feel guided to do so, and this will help you maintain a level of comfort, ease, and happiness with your sensitivity. Physical health and comfort are so key in feeling light, aware, and empowered, so that again, you do not have to ride a roller coaster ride of mood swings or vibrational fluctuations throughout your life. You can remain in a relatively light or high vibration without taking on lower vibrations and letting them change your state if you nurture yourself well. To stay powerful and strong vibrationally, create and practice strength in your physical body and your mental discipline. Remember, what you do to your physical body, you do to your mind and you do to your spirit. So each gesture of strength and health that you make will be highly supportive for you in maintaining long-term stability and remaining rooted in higher consciousness, again, without letting the vibrations you're picking up on in the world take you on a ride to other places. Stay centered. And as you stay centered, as you hold space for remaining in that higher, lighter energy or frequency, you're holding space for the rest of the world to join you in that space as well. And that's most of our mission here. Most of us that are called into connecting with those higher energies are, in a way, being asked to serve by helping other people to come into that lighter, higher, happier, more balanced state as well. So what you do to yourself, you're also doing for other people. Remember too that you can also ask for the help from your angels and your spirit guides in shaping and guiding your spiritual sensitivity. Pray and ask for energetic support from heaven, as well as guidance on how to make the healthy changes that you need to live a fulfilled, balanced life as a sensitive. Speaking of prayer, let's all come together now for a group prayer and guided meditation. Yay, this is one of my favorite parts. Today's intention for our guided meditation is to help everyone who's feeling sensitive to come into balance and to receive exactly the support they need in their lives. So let's all get nice and comfortable, close our eyes to visualize our inner world, and take in a few long, deep, healing breaths. As you're breathing, visualize that you are being surrounded now by a group of angels. The angels gather around you, standing shoulder to shoulder in a circle of light. Breathe deeply and allow these beautiful, loving beings to channel that light and healing energy from the palms of their hands and their hearts straight into your heart. Take several deep breaths here, just really allowing yourself to be fed by the love and support of the angels. As you feel the angels' light entering into your heart, allow the light to spread, moving upwards as the light flows up into the head, into the shoulders, down the arms, out the fingertips. Breathing the light into the lungs, allowing it to flow downwards, down through the torso and solar plexus chakra, down to the lower parts of the physical body, moving out your energy's root system. As it flows out your spine, feeling the light move through your legs and feet, out your toes. And then with your next deep healing breath, allow that light to sink down right into the earth. Feeling Mother Earth holding you, cradling you in her love as you are nurtured and supported. The angels are now guiding you to visualize as they lift you up and carry you to a divine healing temple in the heavens. Visualize that these healing angels are laying you down on a beautiful, sparkling crystal bed of light. As you sink into this beautiful, soft crystal bed, allow the light to permeate every cell of your body and every particle of your consciousness. Notice as this beautiful light begins to cleanse away any tension and any fear, scrubbing you clean until you are crystalline, translucent. Breathing deeply, notice that that beautiful light is beginning to raise your vibration, almost as if there is a small inner volume dial that the angels are gently helping to turn to shift the particles of your being to a slightly higher resonance. Notice as your resonance gently shifts that you start to feel very relaxed. It feels very freeing, as if there is a big part of your mind that is opening, expanding, and unleashing its inner power. Breathe deeply, really allowing yourself to feel comfortable in this beautiful light as it flows throughout you, The angels are showing us that they are now placing their hands over your third eye, and they are channeling emerald green healing light into your third eye, which represents your psychic senses. Feel as this healing light has a gentling effect on your psychic senses, bringing balance and gentleness to all of your faculties of awareness now. Breathe that emerald light throughout the third eye chakra, feeling the emerald light filling up your head and your brain. Feel and allow it to flow down your spine, moving through the throat chakra and going straight for your heart, which is your chakra center for empathy, compassion, and love. Feel the light also filling your heart. Once again, shedding away any energy that you don't need, anything that doesn't suit you, help you to fulfill your purpose, and helping you to feel totally supported, nurtured, and at peace in this moment. Good. The angels are showing us that they are guiding this emerald healing light to create layers and layers of healing energy within and around you. Breathe and bask in this healing energy. And now with your next deep healing breath, we are going to collectively send this healing, calming, nurturing light throughout the earth. So together, let's visualize that we are now sitting up in our lovely little healing crystal beds, and we are using our third eyes to visualize planet Earth right in front of us. Watch and feel as that beautiful emerald healing light spins all around the planet, creating a healing, protective glow. Allow that light to touch every single living being in this world, bringing them much needed comfort, peace, reassurance, a sense of safety and healing. Just take another deep breath, holding space for everyone for whom we are sending healing. And if you have any personal intentions of healing, you can think of them now, offer them to the angels and to this healing space now. Good. The angels are now carrying you back to the here and now, helping you to ground right back into your physical body, and asking that you take in one deep, powerful healing breath, feeling as you do so that you are magnetically, powerfully pulling all of your substance right back in through the top of your head, the crown chakra, allowing yourself to float all the way down into the root chakra of your energy system, feeling your energy inhabiting every cell of your physical body, feeling alive, awake, aware, and ready in your fingertips and toes, and just blossoming in your connection with the earth as you deeply enter the here and now. Good. Lastly, we're going to allow the angels to shield you in a veil of bright, purifying white light, keeping you nice and clear, taken care of, and shielded as you go about the rest of your day. The angels are placing that shield around you now, and they're thanking you for holding space today. Take in just one last deep healing breath all together. And exhale to open your eyes and shift right back into the room and into the moment. Beautiful. Thank you so much for connecting with me in that. Wow, that felt good, didn't it? Know that when we focus together in uplifting our hearts, our minds, and our energy, that we really can make a big difference. Group prayer and energy work magnifies each of our individual abilities to bring light and healing into this world by quite a lot. So, practicing this together really is a service that unites and uplifts us all. All right, so now is the time for us to accept callers. If you have any thoughts or questions about spiritual sensitivity, or if you'd like an angel reading, you can call in now at 240 979 4111. That's 240 979 4111. Great. So it looks like we already have a caller who is ready. All right, let's get connected. Hi, caller. You are on the air. Thank you so much for calling in. If you could just let us know your first name and maybe where you're calling from today.
My name's Mary, and I'm calling from San Diego. And I thank you for the talk. This was wonderful. I loved the meditation. And I have a question about my just the outlook on my finances and relationship right now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for calling in, Mary. It's great to be connected with you. I'm going to pull a couple of cards, and the cards that I'm working with today are the Angel Tarot cards by Doreen Virtue. I thought these would be perfect for you in asking about both finances and relationships because they're such detailed messages we get from these. So I'm going to turn over our first two cards that I pulled for your finances now. The first card I pulled is the Strength card. This is a card that says that you have great inner strength and that any worries that you have going on right now are totally unnecessary because it looks like everything is going to be totally okay. So let go of any worries or fears. Things are working out really, really well. Your angels want you to know that it looks like you have a lot of inner creativity and inner strength to kind of be a self-starter in terms of how you bring in your abundance. So they're saying know that your creativity, your inner strength, the ideas that you have to work independently as a self-starter, a lot of these things are playing a really beautiful role in bringing in more finances for you in your life right now. So everything will work out. The second card that I pulled is the Knight of Fire. The Knight of Fire is a card that represents actually career and life purpose. Usually our fire cards are all about that. And it represents usually that there might have been a sudden event in your life or maybe intense events going on in your life lately where it feels like there's a lot of that will require a lot of your attention. There's a sense that you need to kind of act, get on top of things, and move some energy around in your life. But they're saying that you have the strength to do this. It feels as if we're at a point right now in terms of what you're doing with your life purpose or career where it's pretty point and shoot. You know what you're meant to do. You have a lot of talent and capability. And it feels like they're saying, don't quit before the miracle or your ship is about to come in. So there's a light at the end of the tunnel. And even if things have been maybe busy or there's been a lot of intensity, things are changing for the better so far. Any questions or thoughts on that before we move on to the relationship stuff?
Well, I think that's wonderful only because I'm getting ready to start a coaching training to become a life coach. And that's going to start next month. So I think maybe that lines up with what I'm, meant to do.
Yes, yes. You are a self-starter. That's amazing. It feels as if you having and conducting the business aspects of it as well, whatever efforts you put into that feel like they'll be quite successful. So this is what you should be doing. You're following your calling right now. So go for it. This is your green light from the universe. And I'm just hearing your guides add in your particular help is much needed at this time and that they will be guiding you towards people who need you, or they'll be sending people who need you to you. So anytime you're saying, who's going to be my client or what am I going to do next? Say, God, just bring me who needs me, because there are people that need you for sure already. So that's great. Let's go ahead and turn over. I pulled two cards as well for relationships for you. So I'm going to turn these cards over now, also from Angel Tarot, and see what happens. So our first card is the Chariot card. This is a card that can represent partnerships that might be going through a test of strength, or that you're about to kind of strengthen in a partnership. There's a sense of you're entering into a partnership where there's a lot of strength that feels as if it's significant down to life purpose areas, almost as if you and your partner would be able to kind of collaborate together, almost feel like a quote unquote power couple sort of thing. They're saying that has a lot to do with the chemistry that leads you into the friendships, partnerships, and romantic relationship things in your life, and it's playing an important role in how these things are growing and changing right now. Have you been experiencing any of that so far?
We haven't so far. Like, I've been with someone for 4 years, but it's been very on and off. And but yet I've felt like he's the right person for me. It's just been really difficult kind of getting things to smooth out, because I know I've had a lot of growth to go through. So I'm just thinking that maybe he and I will, it sounds like, move into that role of maybe working together and carrying out our life mission together.
Yeah, even if it's just to the extent I'm hearing that each of you have a strong sense of purpose and are working on each of your things independently, and then kind of playing a supporting role for each other. It feels as if life purpose, inner spiritual growth are playing a monumental role in how the two of you are coming together and how the relationship is growing. This card is also telling us that there is going to be some significant change that you might experience going forwards. And what feels to me almost like a shift in how you're recognizing the relationship. This could be a deepening in maybe commitment, or some kind of a change in the status that brings a little bit of change. So that's definitely a good thing. Great. So looking down at the next card that we see for your relationship, we have the Knight of Earth. And the Knight of Earth is a card that says that this is a dependable relationship. Loyalty, dedication, trust, commitment, honor, all of these things are very present in this relationship, and they are the things that are to be valued and aimed at going forward in this relationship. This is also a card that can tell us that one or even both of you in your lives are, again, going through some personal changes where you need to really buckle down. You're getting a lot of things done. You're moving through a lot of situational kinds of shifts and things like that. But that has the power to deepen and hone the commitment. And a lot of times your angels are saying that life changes, things that you're going through will test the mettle of a relationship. They'll show you whether or not that relationship is meant to stay or how it's meant to deepen. So I'm just hearing your angels say, notice the ways that life and life's changes, spiritual growth, and so forth are maybe playing a role in the way that the two of you are relating with one another, and potentially even influencing deepening of commitment, deepening of understanding, or working more closely in a sense of partnership in life. Any thoughts or questions on any of that?
So does it sounds like maybe he looks to be the person that maybe I'm meant to be with, in the, like this particular person is the one, and not necessarily a new person coming in. Can you see that?
Right now, this is the person that you're meant to be with. I'm getting a very strong yes on that, because they're saying that you need to live out this experience. There are lessons that are still in front of you in the relationship that you're in right now. So go for it. The other thing I'm hearing your angels say is this: be very, very in the present moment with regard to how you might think about or decide if this is the one forever sort of thing. They're saying wait and almost test the waters. Again, looking back at that message that they said about watch the way that life's changes, might influence how the commitment either deepens or maybe even doesn't deepen, or whatever happens. This is a time for a lot of growing and learning, and going to a place that says, oh, here he's definitely the one, or whatever, can sometimes get in our way if we're thinking about just being present with the changes themselves or the lessons themselves that are right in front of us. So that's not to say that he's not the one. It's just saying be very present, be open to any of the possibilities, including, yes, maybe we will be partners for life, or maybe I'm meant to do something else, but just be very, very present and aware and keep your standards nice and high, because this is your time for forging very new circumstances around this relationship.
Okay.
All
I
right.
appreciate
Yeah.
it so much.
You're
Thank you so much.
welcome. You are
Okay.
so welcome, Mary. Thank you so much for calling in.
All right.
All right. Great. So it looks like we have another caller on. Hi, caller. You are on the show. Thank you for calling in. If you could tell us your first name and where you're calling in from today.
Yes, hi. My name is Xavier, calling from Walnut Creek.
Hi, Xavier. Thank you so much for calling in today. Do you have any specific questions for your angels or about our topic today?
I do. I have questions about how can I really surrender, and I know what that means, and I know that I've done it, and I do it all the time, but I still keep my saying going back to thinking that I have not surrendered completely to God.
Yes. Right away, I'm hearing your angels say the word trust. They're saying really, really learning to trust the world around you is how you will completely allow yourself to kind of do that trustful surrender into the universe. And when we surrender, we are able to grow in our connection to source, to the divine, to where we can really feel and communicate, with spiritual presence around us, or feel the spiritual energy inside of us. Your angels are saying that surrendering is a wonderful thing to focus or to work towards, and that they're helping you each step of the way. As we're looking forward, the angels are saying that forgiveness work will actually be really helpful for you in working on trusting, which is, again, is your key to surrendering. They're saying that for so many of us, and they're very grateful for you calling in, because I feel like this will apply to a lot of people that are listening as well. When you really work to forgive any person, institution, or situation that you experienced or perceive in your life as having created any kind of past hurt or challenge or difficulty or fear or whatever, when you can forgive it unconditionally, then you can really start to see the world through God's eyes. And you can really start to be in that state of perfect, unconditional trust. And that will be so incredibly healing. The card that I pulled for you today, I pulled the Two of Air card, which represents sometimes when we are a little bit at odds with ourselves. Let's say we're holding on to a little bit of fear in our lives, or mistrust over something that's going on, or maybe even that there's a little part of us that's angry at the world, or sees conditions that are out in the world, and why does it have to be that way? That's normal. Almost all of us have that. They're saying that forgiveness work is what overcomes any inner discrepancies that we might have, so that we can really come into a sense of oneness with, what, I just unconditionally trust the flow of the divine, the flow of the universe.
Okay.
The second card that I pulled for you is Knight of Water. And Knight of Water is an emotion card, saying that emotional healing and emotional balancing is also really, really helpful for your spiritual path. Any other thoughts, questions about any of that?
No, that's very interesting, because it's exactly what I was feeling. So, but the emotional healing. So definitely that's really hit on the spot. The second one, that is something that I need to get healed, emotional.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Do you see anything about a book?
Yes, let's look at the energy around you. This is interesting. As soon as I tune into a book around you and I look at your energy field, are you feeling guided to write a book? Because it almost feels as if there's a lot of creative energy or messages that can come through you.
I have, and I do, absolutely. Yeah, I see it everywhere, messages to write a book, yes.
Yes, I think you have a divine writer inside of you, and a strong mission in this world to bring a lot of light. I see that one of your guides very strong is Jesus. You have Jesus around you, and Jesus is a wordsmith. He's a very good communicator. So call in Jesus as you are writing. And yes, you are meant to write a book. Your words are meant to bring a lot of healing and light to other people. And one other last little bonus message I'm hearing your angels tell us right now is that perhaps exploring or diving into doing a little bit of past life work might additionally help with any emotional healing or trusting and things like that that are going on. They're saying that you're a very old soul. You've experienced and seen a lot on this earth. So as you forgive and release stuff from even other lifetimes, that will even greater hone your spiritual abilities and your ability again to share your message by writing. So that's wonderful. I just got chills.
Absolutely. I've known that since I was a child. Absolutely, yes. And the funny thing is, I started writing a book about 5 years ago, and I thought I lost my flash drive, the US drive, and I lost it. And I had no idea what happened. Incredibly, I just found it about 2 months ago. It just appeared.
Wow, that's
I
amazing.
found it. Yeah,
That
so
means it's
now I started it.
time. Yes, it's time to go back in and start writing again. That's incredible.
Yeah,
That's
because I
incredible.
was going through healing. I wasn't right. I was going through a lot of healing and pain, and it's amazing where I am right now, where I was 4 years ago, and so now I feel that I'm back in track where I'm supposed to be.
Oh, totally. Your angels are saying that you've learned a lot of deep lessons and that your mind and heart have been shaped a lot at this time so that you can deliver the message the best way that you possibly can to help the most amount of people, to open the most amount of minds in the world. So thank you for your work. That's great.
Thank you, thank you so much. And this was meant to be because I was not even anything. A friend just texted me a few minutes ago, say, you have 2 calls there, right? I said, okay, and here I am. So the angel is
Yay.
guiding me also through you. Absolutely, I have no doubt about that.
Oh, thank you
And
so much. Well,
what, before I go so interesting,
mhm.
today that I was driving to work, I usually don't talk to Jesus as I used to. And I said today, Jesus, I'm sorry that I have left you out. I want to get back to you and talk to you. And it's so funny that you mentioned that right now about Jesus.
Wow. He wanted to
It is
I
so
think that it was his way of
interesting.
talking right back and saying, Yep, I've got your back, buddy. I'm right here. That's so
Absolutely,
cool.
that is so interesting you mentioned Jesus. Okay, he's my guide. Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and for me, it's a confirmation again that I am the right path.
Yes, you so are. Thank you so much for calling in, Xavier. You got great energy, and I can't wait to see you share your work out there.
Thank you, man. Have a good day.
You too. All right, it looks like
Mm.
we have time for just one more caller. Oh, it looks like the call might have dropped. Oh no, they're on. They're back on again. All right. Hi, caller. You're on the air. Could you just go ahead and introduce yourself with your first name and let us know where you're calling from today?
Is that me right here?
Hi.
Hey, is it
Hi.
me?
What's your name and where are you calling from?
From Benicia, California, and my name is Rocco.
Hi, Rocco. Thank you so much for calling in. It's great to connect with you. Do you have any questions or thoughts for the angels today?
Yeah, I wanted some messages from my romance angels and maybe any kind of present advice with my current life's purpose.
Yes, let's do that. Let's pull some cards. I love romance readings. For some reason, they're so exciting to me. So
Yeah,
I'm
they're
just
my
going to go
favorite.
ahead and pull a couple of cards here from, once again, our Angel Tarot deck. And then I'll pull just 2 others for life purpose and see what we get today. So
Yeah.
the first card that we have for romance is the Ten of Fire. The Ten of Fire says that it feels like your angels want you to really kind of shift your priorities and your focus in your love life. They're showing us that there's a lot of energy, kind of spinning around you quite a bit. And it feels as if in the past, you may have had experiences of not quite connecting up in relationships where there is an equality of giving and receiving, or an equality in the way that the two of you might see the world and things like that. So your angels are saying that this is a really good time to kind of shift and create more balance in your outlook, looking to kind of raise your standards and really put your foot down to the universe and state exactly the kinds of things that you want to experience in your love life and your relationship, and to help to creatively hone them and to bring them out. And you have the ability to do that. You have the ability to manifest these things and to heal them in a relationship. The second card that I pulled, let's see, is the release card. Now, this is a good card because it tells you that you are at the end of a phase or situation in terms of your life. So, when just a moment ago they showed us that in the past there were old patterns of maybe imbalances in the relationships and things like that. It looks like we're about to leave that behind for good, and you're about to connect in with relationships that feel more reliable and grounded in all areas of your life beyond just romance and things like that. But in romance, it feels like you're finding someone who is really ready for real commitment, somebody who is so much more emotionally available and situationally available to you than others in the past. And someone also, one of the most important crowning things in this is someone who gives to you so that the balance between giving and receiving is equal. Any questions about that so far?
Well, I mean, maybe to be more direct, is it the person that I'm with that I'm going back and forth with? It's just like power struggle, and I mean, being really nice about it, but just this person's like so controlling, it's impossible to do anything. You gotta hide if you go to the movies. You take your little, nephew to the movies or something, she'll get jealous.
Wow. So that is the old pattern that they're talking about. That is the old pattern that it's time to say goodbye to. You have the ability to change that within the relationship should you choose to, if you try to work on that a little bit, see what kind of life lessons that might bring you should you work on it. And or of course, there's always the opportunity to potentially go your own way. Remember, the releasement card usually means that there's an end of something going on in your life. So it's either that, and of course, you've got free will in this. So either you'll choose to maybe walk away and open your arms to something that's a little bit more healthy, a little bit more balanced, again, a little bit more equal in giving and receiving and being able to understand one another with all of that, without any of that toxic energy going on. Or again, as they said, you've got free will, so you can choose to put your best effort forth in trying to do some healing on the relationship until you feel totally fulfilled, as if, you know what, I've done my best in this and now it's time to walk away, or I've done my best in this and now, hallelujah, we've healed it and we're able to continue on together. So yeah, definitely, no matter what the outcome is for the specific relationship, it's time to kiss the old pattern of negativity goodbye from the past, if that makes sense. So let's go ahead and just look at life purpose really quickly here as we're kind of moving into the next phase of the relationship, the reading here. So the first card that I pulled is the Three of Water. The Three of Water, according to your angels, represents your dreams in this lifetime, the dreams of what you would like to experience. This is a card that represents a lot of times celebrating life's rites of passages, such as when we get married or when we move to a different part of our career or have children and different things like that. They're saying that being a family person is a big part of your career, and experiencing love and spreading it is a big part of your life purpose. So that's having an influence in the things that are going on for you, life purpose and life's work-wise. The other card that we have right now in this is the Ego card. This is a card that says it's time to clean out and heal anything that might make you a little bit overly focused on negative or fear-based thinking, or even paying attention or doing tasks that you don't like, tasks that are menial, that just don't hearken to your passion in your career. A lot of big changes for you. They're saying it's time to say goodbye to that old pattern too. Your energy would much better be served in this life doing something that makes you feel really, really good. Now, the final card that I pulled for you in terms of life purpose is the Magician card. The Magician card is usually the card that says you're incredibly capable and ready, and you have the resources and abilities to manifest a career or life purpose work in this lifetime that is very, very powerful, that harkens to what you are passionate about. I do see a lot of creative energy that moves through you, and your angels are saying that you have to engage in that creative energy if you are to feel totally fulfilled and at peace in life. So go for that. Any thoughts on any of the life purpose stuff so far?
Oh yeah, no, it seems right on. The only thing that's confusing is just finding my voice. Like I've been writing a lot, but but I don't think I'm like capable to write a whole book, or at least not that. So I'm just kind of looking for like, maybe I should just kind of like these things and just have talks and stuff, or like, or should I just keep doing this, or should I get somebody to co-author this, and, you know?
Yes. Oh my goodness. This is such a beautiful theme that we have going on today. Yes, you have an inner communicator in you too. As I focus in on your energy body, the angels are pointing to your throat chakra and they're showing that it's very big, beautiful, and bright. You have a lot of wisdom and a lot of great ideas that you have the ability to express through multiple medium. So it doesn't have to just be writing a whole book all on your own. It can also be writing articles or blogs or speaking in videos or doing all sorts of things, doing talks with people in person. You have a lot of ability to communicate, and the angels are saying to embrace that, to really love yourself and kind of hone and embrace the ability that you have to communicate confidently. With that confidence, you're going to notice that the angels, your guides, the universe around you, is bit by bit starting to increase the kinds of divine assignments that they'll hand to you in life. And you will synchronistically attract all of the right opportunities and spaces to communicate where you're being called to do it. Just as a final little cap on that part of the reading, I pulled the Three of Earth, which is a card that represents the power of creativity. Once again, saying that you're an incredibly creative person, a lot of big, beautiful ideas, and the ability to enable, to empower those ideas, to put them out into the world. This is a card that represents being recognized for having unique and high quality work in your creative pursuits. So definitely go after that kind of stuff. It's time for you to be working on the things that represent your talents, because your talents are needed in this world. So that's really beautiful. Any other questions or thoughts before we wrap up?
Oh, that was great, Sarah. You're always on point. So, I mean, not you, but who you're channeling, I guess, right?
Yeah, thank you so much, Rocco. It was beautiful to connect with you. Such an honor. Thank you so much for calling in. And all right, guys, it looks like we're getting to the end of our show today. Oh my goodness, I could just talk to you guys forever. You're all so wonderful. And it was just, we had some amazing callers in today. I love it when we get these themes going on. We had all three callers, people with these big, beautiful life purposes that were all about communicating their message to the world in varying different ways. I think that that's a sign to all of us who are listening that says you have something to share. Listen to the messages that were given to those callers, because there's probably a message for you in there. So thank you so much, everybody, for listening. Remember that I will be live every third Thursday of the month at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on Project Bring Me to Life, bringing you spiritual discussion and angel messages. And you can tune in every Thursday at this time to hear the rebroadcast of the most recent show. All of my shows are recorded and available to listen to as podcasts on iTunes, at Spreaker.com, that's SPREAKER.com, and on the app for Android, Stitcher, that's STITCHER. I will be posting the links for the podcast on my Facebook and Twitter pages as soon as it becomes available, in case you missed it. And you can like my Facebook page at facebook.com/SarahHall1111. And you can follow me on Twitter by visiting twitter.com/Seraphim444. That's SERRAPHIM444. And as always, if you'd like to contact me for a reading, spiritual guidance, or healing session, you can visit my website at www.seraphim.com. That's SERRAPHIM.com. And for more fantastic spiritual talk radio, music, art, podcasts, events, and so much more, stay tuned to the Project Bring Me to Life network and visit www.projectbringmetolife.com. Thanks, guys. Know that I love you so much, and until we meet again, you are so loved and so very blessed. Bye.
I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in
feel good when I'm underneath the stars. I feel good in the morning light when I rise up high. Gotta get about my speed, gotta get about my mind, and then I climb a mountain. See the white wolf running by, expansive skies and the rhythm of the tides. Beauty of the wild can't tame this child. I'm free again, I'm free again. And she knows how we roll, what we need to grow, how we sow these seeds of change, finding harmony on these grounds. Amongst the trees, sacred sounds emanating from clouds, thundering out and raining down. Oh, wash away the pain, oh, wash away the pain. Oh, hold me, holy mama. You are the doctor, you are the goddess. You know the way home from where we come from. Find ourselves here amongst the forest and in the clear. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars.
Because I am a natural. Strip the outer right down to the actual self, spinning in the rhythm with Gaia. Circulate, generating a fire. We align the hearts, hers and mine and yours. It's the one accord that we're here for. Get with the mama, then we get together. Well, you know her children she gather. Lasers, insects, and baddies in my face. All of my friends show up to greet me in this place. When we celebrate in the greatness of all, out in the mountains, trees, and waterfalls. Holy water, healing elements, join in the temple, all here is relevant. Holy water, healing elements, join in the temple, all here is relevant.
I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars. This is for the four-leggeds, the swimming ones who crawl, those that fly. Return of the bird tribes rise. In these crazy times, hold the front lines. Ancient ones, tall standing pines. Roots so deep, old and wise. Harmony and silence where the leaves are speaking with the wind. This is the medicine, I'm gonna let it in. Stillness and the realness of your embraces. Find the rhythm of peace and celebration for all of creation. All of my relations, from the tops of mountains to the rivers and the valleys. Ocean wide, sweet island life. From jungles to forests and the tribes of man. From fireside to hand in hand, let's make moves to the promised land. Eden never left, we just forgot. Eden never left, we just forgot. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars.
space for the children, all 7 billion. My love, coming in a warm wind. Mama's gonna wrap you up in star map blankets. Our love, big heart, infinite with space for the children, all 7 billion.
I love you, Pachamama, so many sons and daughters. You give us food and water, fresh air and the sacred soil to plant our seeds and dream. Fire, water, making steam. That consciousness, I let you know they praise and tone unseen. So unconditional, yeah, all your codes and minerals are making up these physical clay pot water pictures. Humans thinking pictures, that secret life of nature in elemental mixtures, seeking that elixir. But it's so obvious that mama's got a plan for us. Spirit's gonna wrap us up in blankets of the ancestors and send us on our merry way. So each and every day we're giving thanks and praise and praying for this place we stay. Yeah.
Coming in the warm wind, mama's gonna wrap you up in star map blankets. Our love, big heart, infinite with space for the children, all 7 billion. My love, coming in the warm wind, mama's gonna wrap you up in star map blankets. Our love, big heart, infinite with space for the children, all 7 billion.
Millions and billions, plants, hooves, and humans sharing this creation, one blessed location. Third eye in the solar system, micro, macrocosm living, envisioning a peaceful world for all of mama's children. And there will come a day when millions circle up to pray, sending love and light in 6 directions in a conscious way to elevate and activate a higher frequency where all of mama's children live in peace and harmony.
Coming in a warm wind, mama's gonna wrap you up in star map blankets. Our love, big heart, infinite with space for the children, all 7 billion. My love, coming in a warm wind, mama's gonna wrap you up in star map blankets. Our love, big heart, infinite with space for the children, all 7 billion.
Thank you for teaching us your divine way.
All we are visitors on this planet. That's all.
All right, and that was The Mother Connection by Stratosphere, also known as Jacob Paskus. Hello, and welcome to the show.
Hello, thanks for having me. I feel blessed to have this opportunity again with you all.
Yeah, definitely. So for anybody who doesn't know, we actually had a podcast with Jacob, and it was in season 2, episode number 58, and he shared some pretty amazing experiences that he had at a festival. So you can all check that out on YouTube, iTunes. It's all over. So that song, "The Mother Connection," could you give us a little bit of a background on it?
Absolutely. I wrote that one. Started writing it almost about a year ago, and it was during a time where I was kind of going through a lot of turbulent things in my life, and the area that I lived in had a great open space with just fabulous trees everywhere, just a really nice, expansive forest to walk through. So every single day, I would go out there, and it was as if I was going there to try to hand the pain and the things that I was going through to the earth, but we started exchanging instead of me just giving it to the earth to transmute. She was also sharing with me the pain that she was feeling, and it kind of created this. After about 3 weeks, this just became much more apparent to me, the communication, and it kind of created like this circle of emotions that I would put mine into the earth would take them, give them back to me, and then allow me to feel kind of what it was feeling. And so it just really helped me understand not only how healing nature can be, but also the connection that we have to it. So I guess that's where the name came from. And I did a lot of the writing for that track out in those woods, like the drumming and everything. I recorded that out there. So it was just
So
kind of my way of.
you had like a real drum that you were drumming?
Yeah, I had a little one at the time, and there was a tree that had fallen over, and I'd go sit by it every day. It seemed to have a nice reflection off of it, and just felt like a good way to show my appreciation for what it had offered me in that time in my life.
Mm-hmm. And would you say that nature is a big influence for you in your music?
Absolutely. Very much so.
Yeah, I know that I feel like you treat a lot of things very sacredly, and it kind of it shows up in your music. So when you get to hear music from somebody like you, and it's the mother connection, and I think everybody can feel the energy that you put into it.
I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, I really enjoy the outdoor shows. It gives me a chance to put my intentions into the ground. And my shows have become not just for the co-creative beings that want to come together and share that time and space, but it's also become apparent to me that these are offerings for the land as well. So yeah, I would definitely nature is at the very top of the list, top 3 for inspiration.
Cool. And has it always been like that for you? Starting as a musician, or?
Not starting. I played guitar for a long time, and I didn't really ever consider those kind of energies or vibrations. But since I started doing the electronic music, the first song that I kind of finished or completed was Galaxy Transmission, and that was basically a transmission from me to the universe. So I think it started once I started making electronic music, honestly. And it's just been growing since. I didn't really understand it at first, but it's really grown into that.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And what inspired you to start creating electronic music?
Well, the straightforward answer, when I played guitar for quite some time, and I'm actually, I picked it up again. I put it down so I could learn keyboards and production, mixing and mastering and all that, because I tried to do all of that myself. And but when I played guitar, I could play by ear very well. I could basically sit in with any kind of music and play along with it. And what this created was an improvisational style. And this improvisational style did not really work with certain avenues that were presenting themselves to me as far as bands or groups to play with. And I just got to a point where I was like, well, how can I avoid? I also had some blockages that were created through that. I felt like I would take these people somewhere they did not want to go. And there's, in the moment, there's no way to know, like, oh, are they okay with this kind of a thing? And like, and so it started stifling my approach, and it just kind of started affecting me in a negative way. And so I just kind of asked myself, well, how can I continue to make music and not have the issue of, being afraid that I'm going to take other musicians somewhere they don't want to go musically. And it was, well, if I make all of the sounds myself, then that would be possible. And that's not to say that I don't appreciate and really enjoy, when multiple people come together and create music together. That could definitely be in my future. I'm open to it. But for the time being, at that time, I guess it was about 3 years ago when I started doing the electronic music, it was just a way for me to be able to create and not have to worry about taking it somewhere someone else didn't have in mind or didn't want to go.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I understand that. And we have
The
a
short,
few more.
long answer.
What's that?
It was the short, long answer.
That's why we're here, you know. I think everybody who's tuned in is interested in hearing about this stuff. So,
Cool.
what is the next song that we have to play for everybody?
Let's see. I don't remember what I sent you on.
I think it starts with searching.
Oh yes. So the next one is Searching Through the Cosmic Gardens, and I could either give a little backstory to that before or after. It's up to you.
Let's do before.
All right. So this is a newer. The last one is available to listen to online. This one is still kind of being worked on, but I think it's far enough along to, just to maybe get it out there a little bit. I had not necessarily a full, like a full vision or anything, but a few times when I would start thinking about a certain aspect of my life, relationships and love and things like that, I would see this, I guess, like a blue flame, and also a purple fire or flame, and they would be in the cosmic, what I considered cosmic gardens. That's what it looked like. A little bit different than just a normal universe that had a lot of planets, a lot of bigger stars, moons, and things. And these were kind of dancing together, but then they would get separated and kind of like look for each other almost. And so in the actual song, there's like a call and response thing going on. And it is kind of it's an emotional song. I mean, because love is, it's an emotional thing. There's a lot of highs and lows with it. And when you're searching for something, there's sometimes it's not always an easy path getting there, but once you get there, you'll understand why you went through the things you went through to get to that point. So it's just kind of a take on what I used to see. I tried to put sound to what I used to see when I would get in these moments of kind of thinking about relationships or love in my life.
Mm. And that was Searching Through the Cosmic Gardens by Stratosphere. And we have him here live on air right now. Hello.
Hello.
It's good to have you. And I wanted to say happy birthday to you because it's your birthday.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so we're recording this on Stratosphere's birthday, Jacob Paskus, and I didn't even realize that until Shannon told me this morning.
Yeah, sometimes I have to be reminded of it as well.
Well, so in that song, it sounded like I heard a violin. Is that what I was hearing?
Yeah, there's some stringed instruments in there. I wish I had someone to record, doing that live, but basically I just I play that on the keyboard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds really wonderful, and
thanks.
Yeah, I've listened to a good amount of your music, and we play it quite often on the radio show, and it's nice being able to kind of hear the progression of each musician and producer's music, how it like continually progresses and evolves, and just I think your music is so wonderful, and I'm in love with it.
I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's been interesting recently. Kind of been not a standstill. Like a lot of the songs I gave you for this show, they've just been things I've been working on here and there. But I do feel almost like a time to reevaluate before I approach it again. So things are still kind of all over the place like they have been. I don't really stick to one sound or feel. So I got a bunch of different things started.
Cool. One thing I'm curious about is how you got the name Stratosphere.
Well, I started as Supermental Perception, and that seemed to be difficult both in print and with people. So I was actually thinking very heavily about changing my name. And I had a friend of mine reach out to me. She goes by Wise Crow, and she, I guess, felt that it was time for me to have a new name. And she spent a few days, I guess you could say, in like spiritual counsel or something.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't around her. I've never met her, but this was kind of a distance thing. And she got back to me a little bit later. Told me that she kept hearing Blu-ray, and which was interesting because I was I was resonating a lot with the Blu-ray vibes at the time. And so basically the Stratosphere in the galactic sense is the beacon of the Blu-ray. And I was told that if I kept my heart and intentions pure and carried this name, that it would kind of go where it needs to go. And so I felt pretty good about it, and it's stuck ever since.
Yeah, I noticed when you sent me some of your emails and whatnot, and included the Blu-ray, and could you explain a little bit about what the Blu-ray is all about?
Well, I honestly wish I could say I understood fully what it was about, but these are all just kind of guesses or attempts to understand something that I've been feeling about myself in my own life. To say that they're correct or how it is, I feel like would be great error on my part. But for conversation's sake, there's a lot of I feel like the Earth is being visited and or seeded with a lot of different galactic energies that are carried by the beings that inhabit this planet. And I could go way off on I mean, I could. I'm trying to figure out a way to make this short. Basically,
is there like some kind of like, I know the violet flame kind of neutralizes harsh situations. It calms people down. Is there something like that the Blu-ray does? Like, is there like a certain aspect of life that it changes? Or
I feel like the responsibility of the Blu-ray beings are to magnify the love frequency on this planet through whatever means possible. And I try to do that in my life day to day, as well as with the music. And I think that it all kind of came about at a time in my life where I was trying to figure out who I was, why I was here, where I came from, and what I was supposed to do. And I presented these questions to the universe quite often, and the information that I would get back kind of led me to looking into the Blu-ray. And it's like a frequency or a vibration or a being that is here to magnify the heart and love frequencies, I assume. Again, like I don't know any of this for sure, for certain. It's just kind of been there and evolving ever since.
Right. Well, with all the synchronicities and things like that, it would probably seem hard not to like get into it and not to believe that stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there were heavy synchronicities and kind of just knowledge that was unknown to me, and then all of a sudden, here I am thinking about it, and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to look into this. And but again, like I really try not to define anything, because I mean, I tell this to a lot of people, and I'll say it again. Like, the only thing I know for certain is that I know nothing for certain. So, like,
kind of sounds like
all
Eckhart Tolle.
Yeah, I think it is.
Cool. So, do you think the Blu-ray maybe is like a symbol of beings or specks of light from a blue star, from some kind of blue star off in
Definitely
the
possible.
universe?
Definitely possible. There's there's the indigo children, the star seeds, the Blu-rays. There's a whole gambit of possibilities, and that was the one that just really resonated with me in a way that none of the others did. And I just kind of made the decision whether or not it was so. That seemed to be a pretty good intention to set for my own life. To spread the energy that I'm trying to spread through the music and through my daily interactions. Whether or not those things are true, can't go wrong with doing that. So,
right. Do you want to tell us about the next song we're going to play?
Sure. It kind of wraps into what we were just talking about. There was a time in my life a few years ago where I just got serious with my life and started asking the universe a lot of questions. And the first energies that came through were what we were kind of just talking about, this like galactic starseed type thing. And I started realizing, like, well, I could get lost in this just as much as I am without it. So I kind of took a little bit of information from that and was like, okay, what else is there? Or, what other kind of aspects am I here to understand or learn or integrate? And the second energy that came through very, very clearly, very loudly, very peacefully was the Native American energy. And so Grandfather was written as kind of the same as Mother Connection. I go out into the woods, and it gave me so much that I wanted to give something back. Well, there were both grandfather and grandmother energies coming into my life very strongly in very strange ways before I wrote this song. So this was kind of just like a thank you for helping me under it. The grandfather energies really helped me understand the spiritual world a lot more. And so the words that I chose to put in that song kind of reflect that. And also, maybe sometime soon, the grandmother song will be written, because I feel like I got just as much from the grandmother energies as I did the grandfather energies. So it's basically just a thank you to those energies for coming into my life and helping me the ways that they did.
Everything is spiritual. Everything has a spirit. Everything was brought to you by the Creator, the one Creator. Some people call him God, some people call him Buddha, some people call him Allah, some people call him other names. We call him Tonkashila, grandfather. You should treat all things as spirit. Realize that we are one family.
And that song was Grandfather by Stratosphere. And thank you for being here on air with us today. So I know that you just recently moved to Colorado, and that's a really wonderful state. And I don't know if you know this, but when we first started Project Bring Me to Life, the first thing we did was we went on a road trip to Colorado, and I ended up in Boulder and then Nederland, and then went to the top of Eldora Mountain, and that's kind of where our inspiration came from with this project, with the Bring Me to Life network and all that stuff. So
interesting.
I think it's great that you're out there in Colorado, and from what I hear, it's starting to snow out there.
Yeah, this just started snowing about 15 minutes ago. It's beautiful.
Yeah. So, what do you think
it's like
about
80 degrees yesterday and snow today?
I have when I went, it was in summertime, and there was snow at the top of the mountain, but at the bottom it was it was pretty warm. So I guess I don't know. Do you know if like the weather changes like that all the time there?
From what I understand, I guess I've only been here for about 3 months, but from what I understand, the winters here they do get cold and you will get snow, but it's not like a constant bitter cold, constant snow. It's like it'll snow and then it'll be a nice day, 50 degrees or so, kind of melt everything. Like I'm on the Front Range. I was in the mountains for a little bit, but I just recently moved to the Front Range in the beginning of October. So it's a little bit different here than it is. I can see where it's much worse just standing outside up in the mountains. So
cool. Well, I know that you recently had some trouble with some of your equipment, and somebody started a fundraiser for you?
Yes. I have a great friend and supporter, Nis Elbin, and she was at the festival that I played. It was Unify Fest in New Mexico a little while back, and I was told I could load my things into the back of a truck and they would take it to my campsite, and I was really happy about that. And I had my computer in my book bag, and my controller I just kind of put in the back of the truck on top of some things, and as it looked like it was a beautiful day at the time, just didn't really think about it. I was pretty tired. I had spent about a week on the road doing shows with Infinite Brothers, and then that was kind of the end of a long road trip, and so just wasn't really thinking. The truck goes away. I take my time to go to the campsite. We get to the campsite, and it starts pouring rain. Just like I haven't seen rain like that in a while. Came up really fast, like the sun, looked like a nice day. And then this came up about 15 minutes later. By the time the truck got to where we were, my book bag was soaked, and so my computer wasn't working. I missed my set that morning that I was supposed to play because I just didn't check it beforehand, and lots of lessons learned that weekend. And I had some great assistance from some really magical beings. Got a computer and was able to do one of the sets that I was supposed to do. And but basically, I'm not really good at asking for help, and I'm learning that it's okay. But I really didn't feel the need to, well, I felt the need to, but I just didn't feel comfortable with setting up any kind of campaign or something. So my friend did it out of the kindness of her heart, and she's got a GoFundMe page going. If you just search Stratosphere on GoFundMe, you can find it. We started,
it's actually GoFundMe.com/Stratosphere.
Yes.
So super easy.
Super easy. And we actually added some incentives to it instead of just donations. Certain price points will get you certain things. And I'm very grateful to everyone who has donated so far. It's really helped me be able to get in a position to where I can continue doing shows, and it is so much appreciated what everybody's been doing.
Mm-hmm. For sure. You know, it's great when the community can come together and help support somebody, and especially like, you know, a Blu-ray who's spreading love to the world and stuff like that. We need more of that. So everybody who's listening, you know, GoFundMe.com/Stratosphere to help them out. So what is the next song that we are going to play?
The next song is special to me because it originally wasn't my song. It is a remix that I did for Beat Farmer. His music, I just want to take a quick minute to express my gratitude to Adam Wood for his music. I've been listening to him for quite some time, and you know, I take a lot of walks out in nature. That kind of is a solid foundation for me to build upon. And there's been so many times I've just been moved to tears. I'm about to do so right now just by thinking about how much his music means to me. I mean, it's super healing. He's really helped me pull myself out of some pretty negative headspaces. I've got a lot of love for Adam Wood and his music. So we were talking one day, and I was kind of telling him some of the songs that have really affected me in a positive way. And Until Next Morning was one of the tracks from his album From Cave to Sky, which is a fantastic album. He has so much other good music that it's hard for me to, I mean, if you just look into Beat Farmer, you'll be happy you did. And so this was, I haven't done very many remixes. The ones that I have done, I've completely alienated the original song. You know, I'll take like a few sounds from it and then build something completely different. With this one, it is a lot different, but I wanted to try to completely change the song, but keep the same kind of vibes because they were very important to me in the original song. So this is a remix of Beat Farmer's song Until Next Morning.
And that was a remix, Until Next Morning, by Stratosphere. And it's been a real pleasure having you on the show. Thank you for being here.
I've enjoyed it very much, and I really appreciate everything Project Bring Me to Life is doing for not just the music community, but also the spiritual community, and a lot of other art communities. You guys are doing a really good job over there, and I feel very blessed to resonate with you and have an opportunity to talk about music today.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. One thing I would like to get before you go is if you could say you're listening to, if you could say this is Jacob Paskus of Stratosphere and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
This is Jacob Paskus of Stratosphere and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Cool. Thank you. So what are some upcoming events that you are going to be playing at?
This weekend, I'm gonna get away from the snow and go down to Orlando. I think I play on Sunday at a festival called Zen Awakening. I played there last year and it was a really good time. I'm excited that they wanted me back this year.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of friends and family down there for that one.
Yeah, I know Spatial Birth is going to be playing there, isn't he?
Yep. Really looking forward to seeing him. Sentient's going to be there.
Nice.
So it's always good seeing those guys.
Yeah.
And I've been kind of just with this year's been really interesting as far as changing the direction of my life many times over. So I was kind of hesitant to try to book shows when I didn't even know where I was going to be. And plus just where I was at, I wasn't very balanced. And so I didn't want that to kind of bleed into what I was doing. And so I kind of stepped away from really pushing to get shows. So this show this weekend wraps up what I had for this stretch of the year. There are some possibilities for some shows around here later this year, but there's nothing definite. I do have a festival in Panama in February called Tribal Gathering, and I'm still in shock about that, honestly. But at the same time, I found out about this festival 2 years ago when I was reading about their mission statement and what their intentions. I got emotional very quickly. I was like, wow, like that's kind of what I'm making this music for, is like gatherings like that. And I saw myself there. I saw it happening, and I was like, oh, that's just crazy, and I certainly didn't think it would be so soon. But I feel extremely blessed to have an opportunity to go down there. It's a 2-week festival. The first week is indigenous learning workshops, lectures, things like that. And the second week is music. I'm going to see some artists that I've never seen before that I've enjoyed for quite some time. Really still taken back by that one. Be interesting to see what that has in store for not only Stratosphere, but some other things that are kind of being worked on in my life.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Very cool. So where can people find you at? Some shameless plugs.
Well, I my online presence is probably not what it should be. But you can find me on SoundCloud, soundcloud.com/Stratosphere Music. Same with Facebook, facebook.com/Stratosphere Music. I have a Bandcamp page. I'm pretty sure it's the same, bandcamp.com/Stratosphere Music. If it's not the same, I apologize. Just search Stratosphere.
Well, we'll put all the links in the description too, so people make sure they go to the right one.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's it. There might be some stuff floating around YouTube or not, but I don't get on there, so I'm not sure. But yeah, that's all I got.
Very cool. So before we play the last song, I wanted to know, are there any plans for Infinite Brothers to create another EP or album?
Absolutely. That's kind of one of the next things on my to-do list. We've got some songs floating back and forth that are really, we were all pretty happy and proud of our first release, but I feel like this one is going to be a little more dialed in, a little more focused, a little more, I'm just super excited about what we're working on. And with losing my computer and things like that, like it's been kind of a slow process, rebuilding, like getting a controller, whatever. It's taken a little bit of time, but we definitely have plans to continue creating music together. And we had our first show at Imagine Music and Arts Festival right before Unify in Washington, and we had a great time doing it. It seemed to be received very well. So we're hoping to get some more shows in the future, as well as definitely putting out some of this music we've been working on. It's some powerful stuff. Those guys are great at what they do.
Yeah, for sure. And we really enjoy playing the Infinite Brothers on the radio show. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
So it's been a great show. Could you introduce the last song that everybody's going to hear?
Sure. And again, I would really just like to take a moment and thank you all for this opportunity, and thank the community out there for the support. Strongly felt, and it keeps me going when I feel like I shouldn't. Very, very grateful for everything that's kind of happened since I started deciding to do this kind of thing. And so thank you all for helping me feel like I should continue. That's a pretty powerful thing to do. And so this last song is kind of like the others. I wouldn't say it's technically finished yet, but this was inspired when I first moved out here to Colorado. I had some ideas of why, and but again, these were just ideas, and I had some interesting things happen on the drive out here. Once I got to where I was staying in Norwood, it was a pretty secluded area. It really gave me the opportunity to integrate all of the things I had just come through, and also find, okay, like, what do I do from here? And so just like most other places I've lived, I spent a lot of time outside, and there were a couple nights where, and I'm just going to be honest about it, there were a couple nights where I had really difficult time with a lot of feelings I was feeling, a lot of thoughts I was having, and I would not hold back from, communicating these things with the universe. So I would go out. I mean, the light pollution there was almost non-existent. So I would go outside every night just to look at the sky. I've never seen the sky like that. And I was going through some sitting with some difficult things at the time. And I had put out a few requests. And there was a couple nights where I went out there where and I guess this is where the title came from, When Space Speaks. Space would speak to me, and I would see things. These were not plant-induced things. These were just, I think, just having a very strong intention and a very strong desire to communicate with these kind of things. They started communicating, and there was one night where I just kind of saw this scene forming in the clouds, and it carried a lot of ancestral vibes, a lot of Native American energy, and it really, really drove home how important it is for me to not forget my connection to the earth. Because, it's like a lot of us, I feel, we look up to the stars and we're like, all right, like let's go to the next, like things on this planet are getting a little interesting, and some of us want to get on the spaceship and get out of here, but it's like we're here for a reason, and we're all here for a very important reason. And so this was kind of a song that I was writing at that time, where at night the sky would show me things and remind me of my connection to this earth. So that's all I got on that one, I think.
People say to me, I wonder what it'd be like to be on a spaceship. And I say to you, you don't really realize what you're doing. Because everybody is an astronaut. You all live aboard a beautiful little spaceship called Earth. With you. I had to expand what I'd already learned a great deal. I had to unlearn a great deal that I had already been taught. I'm aiming at the kid to give it that maximum chance so it won't be misinformed and can get all the information it does want and does need in order to be able to understand this universe and operate spaceship very properly within that universe. convinced that the more with lessing could make it possible for us to do so much with so little that we could take care of everybody and there need not be any of the suffering that is around the world.
love for the first time. When you cried and my insides just died, but life goes on and so does time. Said goodbye, I was by myself. Cried at nights, I was trapped in hell. Memories fade, I can't be blamed. Things have changed since we parted ways. Trapped in a maze, I found my way. People come, people go. My heart burns with a passion, so carry on. Meeting strangers in the night, exchanging glances. Dancing in the moonlight, I see people in this world just like me. Yearn to be, screaming freedom. Sharing, I live with them, one day leave them. Think that's sad, see the beauty. People I meet become part of a new me. In my heart, still love them, truly shape me. Make me the man that I am. This life never goes according to plan. That's why I live life one day at a time. Enjoy each moment, etched in my mind. Till the day, till the moment I die.
Life goes on and on. Life goes on and on. Life goes on and on. Baby, life goes on and on. Life goes on and on. Life goes on. Life goes on and on. Living now before it's gone.
Life is sad, life is beautiful, life is more than just your cubicle. I live life like it's an adventure. The future's now, but the past is remembered. Lives through me and the things I do, words I speak and the way I move. Remember you till the day I die. Now my love is for humankind. One day have to tell my love goodbye. Join infinity, the undefined. Till that day I carry on. Fight goes on, so I must be strong. Life goes on and I love you all. Wish you the best if you hear this song. Don't know you, don't know me. Life is a musical, different keys. All we are, so I wish you peace. Let's just be, let our love run free.
I believe we are a species with amnesia. I think we have forgotten our roots and our origins. I think we are quite lost in many ways. We live in a society that invests huge amounts of money and vast quantities of energy in ensuring that we all stay lost.
Secret door.
invests in creating unconsciousness, which invests in keeping people asleep.
Each individual possesses a unique frequency. Combining together, these frequencies resonate, creating the collective conscious mind, the unifying force connecting us in this space-time way.
Drop on a leaf, gravity beneath, universe in the sky is on my mind. Distant ray of light spiraling through the night. Flightless flamingo lost in limbo. Math of the universe so stable as we try to understand the ineffable. United we stand so indivisible. The villagers have surrendered to the celestial.
I heard DNA's the cosmic guidance, bearing witness to mysteries of the plant, animal, and mushroom kingdom on this planet. As they interact like artificial circuits programmed by your circuits for computers that are in us. That I mention I'm a wizard. All of this is magic. It's spaces laughing into atoms as they manifest. Some are born to a sensible life, and some are born to the end of the night. I am the infinite spectrum of life, and we still getting reckless tonight. This is the conquest of galactic streams of consciousness, trying to build a village out of it. Find the rhythm that we spawning in, and ride the river back to cosmic bliss. If we forget that it's all the gift.
Horizon goes on and on. The children have begun to question where they come from. Eyes of wonder, cry thunder. Reparations from the presence of the awakening sun's essence. A butterfly shines like a star, lost in the dark. Math of the universe, so stable as we try to understand the ineffable. United we stand so indivisible. The villagers have surrendered to the celestial. The villagers have surrendered to the celestial.
Come together, people. Yeah. The time is now to rise.
Rise up,
to your high power.
rise up. Yeah, right. From Brooklyn to Vrindavan, we keep them heads bobbing. Eyes of our not, them bodies popping and locking. Sitting in the temple or in the clubs hopping. We got them beats knocking or under the knife chopping. Cosmic bling, amethyst in the pocket. These streets I watch with the third eye optic. Hard from the start, so you know it's not stopping. Roll it like mine, so nah, it's no problem. Look here as we unite strong. Can you hear we singing all night long? Medicine in the spitting, deepen in the vision in which I write songs. Inspiring the missions in which you might spawn. But with the kind of touches that'll invite calm. All in touch with the place where insight's born. Two questions that leave a few quite torn. Let's give answers that bring the truth to form.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate. unify the tribe. We unify the tribe. We unify the tribe. I see African head wraps and earrings, shells and prayer beads instead of more diamonds and fake bling. Blacks doing yoga, meditating and eating right. Afro-punk kids with skateboards instead of mics. I see a revival of early 90s hip-hop, the culture coming back to the essence of what we all thought was the start of something greater. Shout out to Kool Herc, Bombada, and all the true creators. Battle for consciousness all across the continents. Companies calculating more profits and empty promises. Capitalism is a global virus. These moguls laugh as we watch it collapse and steady spiraling. Gentrification separating generations, but there's more than money making. There's a new shift to come. There's an urban renaissance. Neo soul realize far boroughs come together, stand united as one. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
Unify the tribe. So many grinding, hustling and tiring, rushing in the mileage. Saucer shining like diamonds on horizons, but lost amongst our rises, imposed upon skylines. And wiring the mindsets, designing how we dialect, dictating what your style is. We dial in and wild out, still inspiring. Taking in the sun, breathing in the love, never dwelling on what was. You can feel the buzz, so many ways of seeing. They on the street scheming, we battling the demons. Hearts beaming as we dreaming into being. And make arrangements that can't separate us. Together we rise in greatness, transcending the matrix. Bring it back to the basics, gaining patience from self-serving to merging emergence and earning new versions of peaceful relating. Meditating for all our relations. From New York to LA, we celebrating the changes. Moving past the borderlines. There's more at stake and more to buy, more to claim and more to try. While the masses mortify, heart and mind we unify. All connected, it's time to realize. And realign, we all connected.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
Love isn't the chilling lessons life has shown about attachments and their wage. This love I know, it is a love that I have grown. Not a simple fairy tale lifted from a page. Let me be begging you, baby, please let me be, to let my love flow naturally. 'Cause it ain't love, it ain't free. Let me be begging you, baby, please let me be, to let my love flow naturally. Love isn't always how you think it should be. Let me be, girl. I start each day with a little meditation to clear my mind and open my heart. And in this way, I fulfill my dedication to play and sing on instruments and to fill the world with art. Let me be begging you, baby, please let me be. Just let my love flow naturally. 'Cause it ain't love if it ain't free. Let me be begging you, baby, please let me be. Just let my love flow naturally. Love isn't always how you think it should be. Let me be begging you, baby, let me be. Let my love flow naturally. 'Cause it ain't love if it ain't free. I'm begging you, baby, please let me be. Let my love flow naturally. Love isn't always how you think it should be.
everyone. All people everywhere. Sacred equality. Your people are my people are your people. One people, all people, we are rising. It's time. It's time.
It's time to make ripples in the water. It's time to make waves. It's time to bring change. It's time to make ripples in the water. Earth, people, legacies. Time to bring the remedy. Corrupt tendencies turn into memories. Praying through our melodies. Oh, how we need to band together in unity. See the you inside of you is also inside of me. So we realize, raising the tide, Earth's cry, it's time to align. Walk with each other until the new sun, breaking it down and lifting them up, shaking the crown and bringing the love. This is a song, we singing it out, blessing the children who have yet to endow, yet to endure, and so we ensure the place and the presence is pure. All my people, all my people, all my people rise. Even if your heart the heavy end, cause they say that you will never be better than. Hold my hand, never let go. We gon' sink into the best flow. We gon' tap into your escrow. Now that you know, baby, let's go. Chop down Babylon today with a love that never fades away. All my people rise, feeling the vibes that come from deep inside. And we always lift our foot on this ragged road that we walking every day, with a message on his shoulder to the towns we go, we go, we go, we go. All my people, all my people, all my people rise. All my people, all my people, all my people rise. It's time to make
coaster from everything. Anything we can experience. People just need to change the way they look at those things.
I was in the dark, and yet there was this kind of curl of this tunnel, and it was always just around the edge was this where the white was. Closed my eyes. White, 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 white. We can love each other. We can help each other.
This is a story about you, a story about me, a story about us. The winds whisper, the trees come to life. They speak. What do they say? Can you hear them? The birds call out. They want to tell you the tale. Sit, be still. Listen, they say. Listen. It calls your name. Listen to the stillness, the silence, and let it lead you into what you've been aching to find, longing to know. Can you feel it as you breathe? Breathe. Let yourself remember. Golden light refracts and ignites. The temple doors of your heart open. With all her many faces before you. Do you remember? Do you remember why you've come? Claim your birthright. But first, you must remember. Remember? Breathe, 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 breathe. Do you remember spiraling into lives of yesterday? Spiraling deeper into who you were so many times. The many lands you called home. The many faces you've loved. The grass, the sky, the birds, the trees. Do you remember? Dancing together in joy, dancing, weaving together. The story of your human myth, laying down the threads thought to be forgotten, only to be remembered once again. Again. Breathe. Breathe. Ancestors, come forth. Guide us ever deeper, riding on the winds of time. Speak, ancestors, speak. We listen. We listen to the wisdom that forms from the very breath that we breathe. Inside, the wisdom calls your name. Listen to hear. Listen. The mystery is untold, and we keep falling deeper and deeper into the forgotten, darker and deeper we fall. There is no way to turn back. There is only darkness now, into the complete unknown, into our underworld. A place you've avoided throughout the ages and fought against since the beginning of time. And yet, you've been brought here in the chaos of this now. Because you know, it is time to lift the veil and finally ask what you've been longing to know. Turn and face your fear. It is your own fear that reveals the hidden, reveals the lost. Your fear holds the key in revealing, unveiling the mystery. Ask, and you will be shown. Breathe. Breathe. You are eternal. Rise, falcon, rise. Rise from the ashes, from the depths of darkness. Rise and open ancient eyes, 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 eyes. This is a story about you, a story about me, a story about us.
Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.